second. Also, hi. Yes, yes, Pat. Didn't forget. As soon as he thought that I forgot to top off the food before stream, started screaming. Jake had not made a sound this morning. Alright. Bad internet. Oh no, may as well play BG3. That's exactly what happened. Like, I was less mad than I would normally be about shit internet. Because I just had BG3 to play. So I was like, oh, well. So yeah, we got a patch, Remnant 2, yesterday. Mind me moving stuff around. My desk is super cluttered right now. Hey, Manic Geek, thank you so much for the 34 months. Really helps me out. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. There's me. Hello.
Quagsire, Quagsire, Quag Chad, Quag SIR, Quag Jiglin.
I love the suite of ways that text-to-speech says quag. A sneeze. That was a very stressful sneeze because this coffee is really hot and the cup is very full. So it's one of those, do I rush to put it down or do I just stay as still as possible? But again, thank you, Maniki. I really appreciate it. Priz, how you doing? Anyone else who might be lurking about? Hope you're well. Remnant 2 patch. So let me actually hop into the game and I'll pull up patch notes. Yeah, I hope everyone had a good day yesterday. I had bad internet, but I distracted myself by cooking food and playing Baldur's Gate. It was a whole thing. Patch time, yeah, Jaybridge. Hey, Thumb, thank you for the 23 months. I wumbo, you wumbo, he, she, we wumbo. First grade quaddy. I really appreciate the long-term support, Thumb. Thank you so much. Almost 2 years. It means the world, truly. My game is kind of slow loading, but that's fine. Because we're looking at this anyway.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go,
Mr. Face, how are you?
I wumbo, you wumbo, he she we wumbo. It's first grade quaddy.
um, constantly sleep deprived, and my stomach is kind of kicking my butt today. But I have internet, so the mood is positive. I loaded in. Um, okay. First update brings this update, excuse me, brings several improvements requested by our incredible community. First and foremost, thanks so much for your feedback. A wholesome, wholesome, wholesome. Another major QOL update, be loads of fun for all players. Stay tuned for more updates. Okay, so this is first of multiple big QOL updates. That's important. The thing that happens with quality of life focused patches and hotfixes with games is, remember, gamers are some of the most unreasonable, entitled little shits on the planet. So it'll be like, oh, but this QOL thing that I want wasn't in there, so the whole thing's bad. They're doing it across multiple updates. Calm down, Timmy. Playing Starfield, it's a Bethesda game, no doubt. That's pretty much the only expectation I have of it, Jaybridge. The only expectation I have. Fixed an issue with Archon's Chaos gave those impacting performance. Fixed an issue with the Archon's Havoc form skill was impacting performance. The two of Archon's three skills were performance sinks. Yikes. Picked up an item and caused lag hitch for hosts. Various crash fixes and optimizations. That's good. Lower graphics quality preset named Potato. A detailed geometry video option just enabled by default allows the user to disable the setting of various environmental geometry details, improve the maximum performance for those with high-end CPUs. Streamlined back-end connection when joining players' games. I've had multiple instances of having trouble joining people's games, so that's nice. As a fellow with lifetime tummy issues, I cannot scream loud enough about the powerful effects of a little lemon in your drinking water. Yeah, I need to drink more lemon and like do the lemon water strat. It's not the first time I've heard about it, but I'm gonna have to do it. I just it's one of those things. Uh, my methods of adjusting my diet, etc., diet and habits around my health issues have become less effective as I've aged. So like early 20s me could just kind of walk anything off. But now I'm just like I get a tummy ache and then it just ruins my life for like 2 days. Made the mistake of installing it on HDD to start, and it was a very bad experience. Making room on the SSD and moving over there made a huge difference. Yeah, storage space is starting to be a bottleneck for me for similar reasons, Jaybridge. A lot of games that I've been playing this year, I've been not playing on my SSD because uninstalling and moving games is a whole fucking ordeal. Like, what is on my... I'll check after, because I'm sharing this monitor right now, but I want to see what's even on my SSD right now. I can definitely make room. Option to hold sprint, that's cool. Highly requested. Thank you for listening, Gunfire. Toggle aim, requested for some reason, but can't imagine why. But there you go. Thing. Rigs can now downgrade weapons. This is one of the biggest things for me. This is like the entire reason I actually wanted to read out the notes. I like doing this with patches, but this is a patch that obviously I'm a day late to. And it's more QOL than substantive, but like this is huge. Something that I've been consistent in highlighting is the resource economy for new players and for fresh characters. Punishing experimentation. This is a huge step in addressing that, like a really well thought out step, I think. You don't get all of your resources back. You're still incentivized for knowing what you are going to get. But now, if you try out a weapon and you decide that it's no longer useful to you, or if you find something that just kind of fills its role better, or if you want to really all in tunnel on one specific thing at a time, this is great. In particular, if anyone is still looking to do hardcore runs and they haven't finished theirs, this is going to be great for hardcore characters because you don't have to resource grind if you decide to, say, level weapons that aren't necessarily good versus the last couple bosses in the game. You don't have to go and resource grind and risk your power level getting weird with adventure mode scaling. You can instead just dump all the resources from things you've already upgraded into things you're actually going to use. Now my question with this is, does your power level adjust appropriately here? Like, if you take all of your weapons so that you don't have anything at plus 20 or, plus 10 boss weapons anymore, does your power level go down accordingly? Because of that is open to abuse. I hope it doesn't, but I can see no reason why it wouldn't do that. Something maybe I'd test at some point. Fixes on achievements, that's good. Regression blockers, they fixed the buggy blood moons. which huge W. I've not experienced the second bug impacting me overly, but that first one, that was pain. There was an entire stream of just resetting blood moons because of that one. And then you got some archetype adjustments, all pet related, except for this one. No, that's also pet related. Yeah, all the summoner things were pet related. Engineer, you can Misty Step while holding the turret now. I guess it's not in this section, it's elsewhere in the notes, but I remember they advertised the update with that. Master reward description incorrectly refers to amplitude. Master reward description. Oh, the trait, right, okay. The visual ammo issue with Gunslinger, yeah, that's a good fix. Dog wasn't even giving XP for killing enemies. More handler else. At least, you know, the devs are very tongue-in-cheek. People just like handler. People just like the dog. Oh, he's just a good boy. It ain't that deep. Turbo nerds like me being like, hey, it's shit. Everything about it is shit. This is why it's shit. I think it's shit. Like, that doesn't actually matter in the face of being a very good boy. Hey, this man, how you doing? I see Jan finished Apoc shotgun run yesterday. Let's go. It's a satisfying just jumping up and down and yelling, let's go after beating Annihilation. It's, yeah. An incredibly satisfying boss. They definitely had a much better final boss experience in this game than from the Ashes. They learned lessons there. So, very cool. I can't imagine ever wanting to fight Remnant from the Ashes final boss more than a couple times of my own free will. Just because it's like, it's not hard or anything. It's just not fun. But then, like, I want to be able to repeat Annihilation because it's just such a cool fight. I want to take all sorts of different setups into it. Like, next time I do a playthrough where I get to Annihilation, I might just get to the end of phase 2, not kill it, so that I can just keep doing the fight whenever I want to. Like, keep story progress there, so you have access to that. No cast fix. Yeah, that's one of the things where my jab at a hypothetical Timmy earlier was, you know, that the cast fix is probably one people are saying words about, and in fairness, that fix would mean the most to me out of anything they could fix in this game too. But I'll let them cook. I'll let them cook. And a bunch of weapon specific things. I've still never even fired Plasma Cutter, so I have no frame of reference with that. This fix for Engineer's Flamethrower not targeting flying enemies is really good. Big Bang didn't work with Spirit Wisp, that's interesting. Yeah. It's an issue where cube gun projectiles were able to push many faces. Oh, I didn't know about that. That would have been cool. Meridian not damaging Executioner Royal Archers and Low Sound. That must be the main fire mode and not the mod. They said Meridian and not Screamer. It's an issue where Starfall Sagittarius area effect was incorrect. Maybe it feels like not shit now. It wasn't working with mod duration either, so maybe fixing these two bugs means that it doesn't feel like a bad version of Tremor. Cat, what are you doing? You were fine and now you're just meowing. Is it because I'm talking and you just want to fill the place with noise too? I'm babbling, you're meowing. We are not the same. Fixed an issue where Deceit Ouroboros fragments pass through the boss, I assume without doing damage. Remain longer than debuff duration. That's just a visual thing. Couldn't use Alpha, Omega, Beta Ray on Shahala. Okay. This is very minor, but okay. This is actually nice. I use Swarm a lot, and Swarm going for corpses was annoying. Made it so you can't melee while Nightfall's mod is active. Just to be expected. It does say you can't do anything else, so now it means you can't do anything else. Now, here's something that I'm not sure how I feel about. Two of the slows, they made them not infinite. This isn't all of the slows. Like, there's a lot of slow effects in the game, but to my knowledge, all of them were infinite until they individually targeted Spore Bloom and made that one not infinite in an update. Now in this update, they've individually targeted two more of them. But that still leaves every other slow than those three being infinite. Like, oh no, I can't use Song for Permaslow anymore. Stasis Beam. Time Wave. Misfortune. It's a slow cook. Fair enough. When I wondered, there's no adjustment to Fair and Sigil. That means working as intended out is now. What is the behavior of it? Disband. Like, what was it doing, or what is it doing that it doesn't say it's doing? Is it just another case of funky mod gen? It being a little bit spicier than normal mod gen? Like, malevolent style stuff? 16 issue where players could have two Fargazers out at once. So this is, like, I thought that was intended. Not being able to have two of these out at once makes it a lot less desirable. Fixed atom splitter hitboxes. That's cool. Now make the animation not 5 years long, and it'll be worth using. And a bunch of item stuff here. I'm not going to go through all of these individually. But, this one, curious to see, because I was using this. I didn't know it wasn't working. I'm going to see if the card changes. I'm also going to see if that somehow works on Nebula and Hellfire now, because those famously don't get range increases. Wonder if they maybe misunderstood how that works. And then Provisioner here. It was replenishing bullets. Maybe they changed the rate at which it happens? I'll have to look into that. Yeah, here's the Engineer Misty Step thing. So this is the opposite of how I was told Momentum was bugged. I guess what it was actually doing, instead of crit chance and crit damage, it was doing crit damage and crit damage, which would reconcile the things I was told. In fact, the recharge with mod power while you're in the mod, like can't recharge Nightfall mod fully before the mod ends, so technically I can have infinite Nightfall mod. Is that intended to be possible or not? I've heard other people say that it should only recharge mod power when the mod isn't in effect. So yeah, that seems to be a case-by-case thing. Certain things can recharge mod power while something is active, and certain things can't. Like, a couple of the Archon features, and sometimes Malevolence can do that too. But, like, it does not seem consistent. Mod gen and mod refund as a whole just seems like a cursed sphere of things where no two things work identically. So I'm not at all sure. So actually get a pop-up for XP and scrap on tomes. That's good. That's good. Mudtooth should always sell the XP things now, if this works as advertised. Elixir of Life didn't count towards Medic Prime. That's actually big. Glad they fixed that. Making the Thayan fruit not disappear on game restart is big, because I stopped using them when I noticed that save quitting turned them off. Darksider, if they fix this the way I hope they did, it will no longer give the 6% of 100. Yeah, I know I was specific in saying that instead of saying 6 health, but it matters. But now it'll give 6% of your actual health pool, if that works properly. Root water is apparently giving resistance. News to me. Um, Dark Fluid providing resistance, news to me. Dark Fluid doing that weird stacking thing when you die. So this should be a fix to that. Maybe you can use Dark Fluid without getting the bug now. Because I do like the distance stuff. It's just I didn't like, once I knew it was responsible for me having infinite rolls. Like, I like doing things legitimately. Fix the Xenoplasm issue. That's good. This was giving cooldown increase rather than cooldown decrease. So that'll make this a lot more valuable. Darksider, that's great. Isn't that so funny, J-Bridge? Darksider. It's great. I love it. Players in spectator mode wouldn't get Blood Moon Essence. That's so wild. Glad they fixed that. A bunch of boss specific things. Not seeing anything. Oh, here we go. Here's the Huntress blind spot. Where you could stand on her left hip with melee and just not ever get hit. Hey, Gage, thank you so much for the 1 year. 1 year of support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. How are you? What you been up to? Hey, Gamer Chef, how are you?
12.
Grammar errors. Okay. Yeah, that's all fine. Like if I read out every note here, we'd be here for an hour. Okay, that's all the important stuff. Not particularly great, but finally hit max level in hardcore classic WoW yesterday after almost 6 days game time. That's a time investment. Congrats. And as for whatever's not going well on the other end, I relate and I'll kick its butt.
God damn it! You mean before feels like anything? Yeah.
You got to do the same for me though, but luckily it just involves punching me in the stomach a bunch of times because my stomach is mean. So you got to beat it up. So Cass's dialogue reset, but she's still she's still bugged, broken, just generally non-functional, generally non-functional.
Holy.
Cass life story's back, yeah. Like we gotta have Cass just flagging us down every time we walk by.
Let's talk again.
Neutral evade glitch while having Misty Step. So there have been 2 versions of that before. Did they introduce a new one? Car broke down. I was stuck about 2 hours away from where I live. Got stuck waiting on the cold for 2 hours for a friend to pick me up there, and it was great. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds like totally not an infuriating experience. I don't know if it was hotfixed. So the original version that I was aware of, Gamer Champ, is you could not do melee attacks after neutral Misty. And then they fixed that. Did they reintroduce it? Yeah, so this didn't work, supposedly. Let's check some damage numbers. Okay, 86. 86, so I gotta get closer. out of 68 now. Am I crazy? Wasn't it just 86? I mean, I know I have Challenger affecting how range actually works here, but that's the opposite of how that's supposed to work. Good melee, but not with your melee weapon? Okay, so that's just still around. Why is my damage going up as I get farther away? No performance fixes, shame on them. There are performance fixes, though, Dorsky. Did you read the patch notes? There's actually quite a few sections on performance. They added an entire performance mode, even. Like, they added a new preset that forces things even lower. They added this. Another option, you know, you can disable this to improve performance on high-end rigs. They optimized several areas, several visual effects. Like, I highly encourage reading the notes in games like this, or games in general. I fall crazy broken now fires 2 bullets instead of 1. Really? Okay, be honest with me, Crash. Do you think this is gonna stop people from complaining about it ever having being nerfed? Like, I don't think it is. Aphelion 2? Interesting. I bet there's still gonna be some of those people who are like, but it's not as good as it was because it lost 10% fire rate. Okay, 68. 68. Now this should go up to 86. But it doesn't. A Hunter Ring is weird. Don't know if that fix actually worked. We'll just run something else. What do I run? Maybe RTX 3070 is just too weak for this game to play it in 1080p. Could be. I have a 1070 and I play on minimum everything. And performance has at least gotten better after the last couple updates to the point where it doesn't feel actively awful in most situations anymore. But that's with me playing on minimum everything. Good blackout ring, I guess. I don't really want to do that. But like, wait, if range stuff, if range increases aren't working, range decreases work. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How does range work in this game? So, for anyone who might not understand why I'm confused, I just decreased my range and my damage at max range went up. Because Destroyer increased my damage, but that still doesn't math with the value that Fey Hunter Ring says it's giving. So this might just mean Fey Hunter Ring is like completely non-functional, but like, ooh. That's weird. This should have been a damage decrease, not an increase. Like, decreasing range by 25, increasing damage by 15. Fey Hunter says it's increasing range by 30, so it should be, like, within that bit of margin of error between 25 and 30, and then, you know, rounding errors in either direction. But that doesn't work that way. Unless I'm crazy. Oh well. Patch on any settings going below 40 FPS, stuttering, freezing the knives are looted. Yeah, well made. I've had those issues on some patches in this game. Like, I've had windows of exceptionally bad performance. Not for the last week or so, personally. And I can say with certainty that your hardware is more powerful than mine, so it seems to be some weird case-by-case stuff. I don't have a scientific explanation other than sometimes it no worky.
I can tell you.
And sometimes it do worky. That's all I got.
I'll be seeing you then.
In 2016, you do fine, Dr. DeVille? Yeah. And I think it depends on what settings you're running in terms of the video section of the options. Let's do a Yasha. And like, don't get me wrong, performance hiccups are frustrating as hell. I get it. I get it. You're upset about it, and I don't think you're wrong to be. Look at it logically best you can. I was like GeForce optimized, and I average 70 to 80 up to 120. Yeah, I play with well, until recently I was playing 60 capped because I wasn't reasonably getting over that. I'm not playing capped anymore, but looking at my FPS, I mean, I'm averaging like mid 60s, which is definitely better
I've never seen anything
than
like
it
this
was.
before.
Keep in mind, I do have an old rig. I have OBS running. I have like a bajillion Chrome tabs open. Yeah, I didn't really dip below 60 during that fight. Which, one enemy, wow, big deal. That's... In terms of how bad performance has been in this game for me, I'm more than happy with that. I remember launch day, getting above 30 FPS on low sum was like not gonna happen, never happening at all. So it's improved. Probably more noticeable for people who are used to better settings on games in general than I am. So checking my own bias there. Standing next to a crystal is worse than most fights, for instance. That's also true. You can put some more work into a game before releasing, that's all. That's every game in terms of optimization in the last decade-ish, as Dr. DeVille said. But also, because I like to, you know, devil's advocate sometimes, there is no threshold where your average consumer would be like, yeah, no, they didn't need to put more into this game at all. There's always some area where you could say that. And I think this game definitely, considering the year it came out in, we've seen what real performance problems look like this year. So I'm glad it's just not that. Again, filtering through the lens of my own experience, but another game that came out this year that I really enjoyed once I could actually play it, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, was completely fucking unplayable for like the first 2 days. Like, I couldn't get past the main menu. They had to put out one patch for that. And then I could run the game at 20 FPS. Then they had to put out another patch so I could run the game at 30 FPS. And then by the time the next patch dropped, it actually felt like a 2023 release. So I've seen worse. Maybe I'm giving Remnant 2 the benefit of the doubt. Game released a few patches. Lost in the attributes is vanishing. Reaches 50% HP. Bug your game. I've never seen that. Have you verified your installation? Well, that seems like a very canned IP, or not IP, IT. I can't speak. IT answer, but like I've never seen that. Sounds like a bug. Yeah. That's a FromSoft fanboy. Gotta add here. Armor Core 6 seems to run flawless and almost bug-free since launch. W for FromSoft, Midberry. Always love to hear about a solid game release like that. You can reinstall and verify. That happens on every host for my friends. If you didn't have that, game is strange. It could be a co-op thing. Could be a your friends game thing. It could just be, I don't know, maybe some sort of consistently replicated lag issue. There was one aberration that we had that happen with during the co-op run on launch day that me, Lazy, and Priz did, where one of the aberrations on Yeisha just kind of like, as soon as we aggroed it, disappeared from existence immediately, and it had the key we needed to finish the dungeon, so we actually had to like quit to main menu and go back in to get it to appear. So similar things have happened. It's just that it hasn't happened to that particular one for me. The other place something like that happened, I was playing solo. This was a little more recently. Another Yeisha aberration. I got it to like half HP without aggroing it, and then it just disappeared.
Okay, this is it.
That'd do so much damage. I think two of them hit me. Okay, that would explain it.
Won't fit.
I have a video playing on my second monitor. Armored Core 6 is guaranteed to full freeze my entire system while loading a save. Guaranteed. Yeah, that's that's more what I expect from a 2023 release. But it also goes to highlight that a lot of these issues, I suppose, some people run into, some people don't. Like Cyberpunk 2077, when that game came out, I barely had any of the bugs that people were like uninstalling their games over. They didn't happen to me. So you can have very different experiences based on how the bug RNG gets you. My streams would fall for half of them. I appreciate you watching. That just was wholesome. Won't apologize. My bandit RNG sucks today. Like, I haven't gotten a bandit chain above 2 yet today. Also forgetting to bleed enemies, so I could really switch off Whetstone to something better.
Music?
Change out when we step in here.
I am here.
Honestly, not sure it's AC6 specifically or From's engine. Just load an old From game and see. Yeah, I'd be curious to know. Boot up like Dark Souls 1 or something and see what happens. So really confirm. That game is easy to run. But considering my reload or my bandit RNG is bad, I could Void Idol. But I think since I'm mobbing Rangefinder, it could be a good time. See how this works out. PS3 or bust, not a From fan. Then let me know. Thank you for testing.
This place gives me the creeps.
You simply click with a Spore Bloom and you win. I know the BG3 chest puzzle isn't fixed. It's neat. I got to think. Yeah, I just blow it up with lightning every time. Our discussion around AC6 doesn't have the same big problems like, for example, Elden Ring had and still has, to be honest. The classics. That's something at least. It is same engine. I know very little about AC6. Where's my bandit proc? That would actually have helped me a lot. Like, I wouldn't have taken a hit there if I had ever gotten a bandit proc. Starfield's been great. I've only fallen through the floor once. Hey, for a Bethesda release, that's great. What I hear about Starfield is that it's typical Bethesda on all fronts except bug count, which should just be what everyone wanted, right? Like, I've seen a lot of discourse. It got the old IGN 7, which they gave, like, Redfall a 7 or some shit. It's because IGN gives everything 7s. I think 7's pretty on the nose. People have skewed definitions of what a 7 on a 10 scale when it comes to gaming is. Like, let me put it this way. People consider a 5 to be awful. Never touch. That's not what that should mean on that scale. And it's like, everyone should experience this. 5 is like mid. So 7, by those standards, is quite good. Not for everyone, but good. But that's not how people see it. A little late. Fine. There's my bandit rock. Bad roll. Ignore that. Another bad roll. Listen, I just started playing. It's fine. You can see Legion's health bar disappear when it completely loses aggro on you. That's kind of annoying. Can't unsee that. I see movement at the top of my screen when, like, something happens. It's like, no, just the health bar disappearing. Yeah, the nicest thing I can say about Legion is that it's not bloated. bad. Oh, it was bad. Certainly puts it among the game's bosses. Amongst the game's bosses for sure, yeah. Please give it BG3 consequences and quality gunplay, like all of Bethesda stuff had, right? Yeah, of course. Like, what do you mean previous Bethesda releases didn't have the gunplay of Doom Eternal with the RPG elements and storytelling of Baldur's Gate 3? What do you mean? This couldn't possibly be people having unreasonable expectations for games that likely came out before they were playing games with a lot of these people. Like, remember, Skyrim is 12 years old. 12 years old. There are people working at IGN who had not hit puberty when Skyrim was out. It's one of those things, like, people pretend that The Witcher 3 was one of the best received games of all time. It wasn't. It was dumpster fire at launch. So, like, it took between that and CDPR's very next release for people to forget that they don't launch games well. But that the games end up good. From the Borderlands side of things, people seem to forget that there has never been a smooth Borderlands release, ever. So anytime a new Lands game comes out, they're like, oh, 2 was better. No, that game had a literal save-corrupting virus transferable through playing with friends. Borderlands 3 stuttered if you used your ADS button ever. Like, they're all like that, man. Expectations. I think the patch fixed plasma cutter damage was a buff or nerf. I've never used the gun and boners, so I actually have no idea. I've never used the plasma cutter. I have it. I just have never bothered to shoot it because it doesn't seem like something that would interest me. Being a game developer would depress me to no end. Same. Never done a plasma cutter build. Blasphemous. I've never used it. There you go, Bandit. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Are you? They're blending in so well.
It's over.
Where'd you go? Here you are. Brunex is the hardest boss in the game. It's very tanky. Actually farther away. Like, if you're doing anything other than a hold down button gun go burr, Root Nexus takes a bit. You gotta be a little far away to get support from that. Another one? Really? The bird fucking somewhere.
Holy hell.
Bosses are jerks, customers are jerks. Yeah. No matter how good a job you do, there is someone who has never worked in your field and understands nothing about the industry or the inner workings of the specific title they're talking about. There's always someone who thinks they can do it better. Hey, Etrigan, thank you for the 20 months. Not a copy posture suggestion, 41, just like you, struggles girls. Your Casanova, maybe make a guide on how to get girls. 41 just like me. Wow. Wow. Disclaimer, I'm not wowing at like 41 being an advanced age or anything, but wow. I don't think I come across that mature. I'll have to shitpost more. In seriousness, thank you, Etrigan, for the support. And yeah, I'll make a guide. Here's 3 easy steps. 1,
Great.
be nice to people. 2, and this part's really important, you have to know as much about video game skill trees as possible and just give the most long-winded possible explanation. And then step 3. This one's really gonna blow your mind. Step 3. Did you get that? Did you get step 3? Profit? I wish. Make her open the box. Maybe. 41's only old if you eat poorly, have bad exercising habits, hate your job. Yeah. Yeah. So does that make me 41? I don't even know. Um, so I'm 40. How you doing, Puppy? Good to see you. I was gonna make a joke about being in constant pain being like the secret Etrigan. And then of course Pupty appeared. If being in constant pain was the strat, Pupty would be the Rizmaster General. Alright, thank you, how you doing? My stomach is being very rude today. What? Unlike yesterday, I have a functional internet connection. More than 3 upload. Like, that's pretty good. Oh. All pain, no gain, no pain, all gain. That's actually profound. You tried to be the voice of the 41-year-olds in the chat. Appreciate it, Jaybridge. Something I have found interesting in my time on Twitch is just how, like, what's the phrase I want to use for this? I was gonna say underrepresented, but like that's not correct at all. How much of a presence in just like your casual game enjoyers you interact with on a day-to-day basis, how many are in like the 40 to 60 range? It's more than I think your average person would expect. I was actually having this conversation with my dad somewhat recently. He's in his mid 60s. He's a gamer as well. But like he brought up a pretty good point about how like a lot of these game publishers and devs are leaving money on the table by not designing things for like that older audience. And I can't argue with that because that is the group with the most disposable income, right? Pretty skill-based matchmaking for boomers, at least. Ready? You ready for a boomer take from me, Ken? I think that the people that get most upset about skill-based matchmaking existing are the Zoomers who just want to pub stomp. That's my boomer take of the day. You usually only get one, but you do get one. However, this boomer doesn't participate in PvP at all. I kind of don't have the desire to mentally torture myself enough anymore to do PvP. It's kind of went through some life shit, was like, I have enough bad vibes, and I just stopped playing PvP games. do not have the fortitude and the old chest muscle to get that angry at things that don't matter. 33 ready to have grandchildren. I am 28 going on 40. So, rangefinder is really fun for mopping, but bossing I definitely need something a little more focused. Ironically, maybe hyperconductor. I'd have 4 blinks and 2 bullet storms. Kinda down to try it. Fancy a black cat user. My attention span is short enough that I usually like to have either black cat or prime challenger whenever I can justify it. I'll eventually learn that dodge timing. Cannot roll back into it. Need to form better habits just fighting the boss as a whole. Not making the same mistake an infinite number of times. Actually could have run rangefinder here because the burbs, huh? Hey Nuna, how you doing? It's gonna be another patch. A lot of notes. Took a while to read through, and that was even with me omitting some things. But a lot of stuff. Nothing super substantive individually, other than you can refund resources by downgrading items. Partial refund. I think that's the biggest like feature. Necessary patch and underwhelming patch. I don't really know if I would consider it underwhelming, because like they always claimed QOL focus, and it has a bunch of QOL. Like, underwhelming implies there's something specific that it could have done better. What was amiss for you personally? Other than a vague sense of could have been more, because that's always the case. Could always be more. There's never a situation where, like, they couldn't have done more. That's my point. 1 out of 10 more trait points. I don't think that that not being present makes the patch underwhelming, personally. Like, I'm all for more trait points too, but this lines up with they outlined early on where they're being very careful with the trait thing. I would rather they do light touch and not try to do too many things in one update, personally. That comes from the experience of having played other games where they just try to do everything at once, then end up fucking breaking everything, and then even playing catch up and trying to fix all of it, they just never get around to 2/3 of it. So I probably have a bit of a more cautious take on the matter. Invader aggro stuff, you wanna like work? Next update would have some spicy stuff. Yeah, the one after this one. Yeah. I mean, this one, the refund thing is actually huge. Like, something I want to test, actually, is seeing if this allows you to lower your power level. That would be big. The reloads were stressing me out. I didn't get any bandit stuff, Akame. Like, I don't know what happened to my RNG, but bandit has not been kind to me today. Also open for weapon balance. There was some weapon balance. They accidentally made Nightfall and Aphelion insane. But they also they fixed those plasma cutter related issues, which falls under weapon balance. They fixed 2 issues with Sagittarius Starfall, which is good because like just 2 days ago we were talking about how I think Starfall is like terrible. Maybe it's not now. That's a cat, Mr. Sean. That was a cat. That's not a dog. Although we did kind of outline that everything is a cat, a dog, or a duck, and it was dubious whether cats go into the dog category or not. We just decided to separate them out. But fine. Complaint retracted. Best Demon in history. There's so many iconic sound bites from that. Another one is him screaming no. It's actually like really visceral and like really well acted, but it's still in that show, so you just kind of put it mentally in the box of, okay, this is so emotional, it's funny. Everything doggo match. Understood. Understood. You won't hear from me again. Here, let me find this so you guys know what I'm talking about. Oh, not No Way Home. Give me the no. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Like, in context, that's sad as fuck. Out of context, it's hilarious. These screwed up about to be crushed by the falling wall. Oh, I don't remember that one. If you can find it, link it. Oh, the Spider-Man 2 one? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's ringing a bell now. I thought you were saying in the animated thing. I was like, did that happen there? No. Have you seen the video where it's the Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, but it's just a supercut of every time Mary Jane screams? It's like 6 minutes long or something. It's wild. Everyone wants this job. It's in context it works, but out of context it's just so funny. It's like the other one too. Like I'm teared up a little bit from laughing at just that horrifying. Uh, it's great. I love it. It's fantastic. You're going through puberty in that screen. She's dropping, and so are the balls. Relatable. Anakin could have learned from that, no. So the reason why I'm taking off the range and spread ring is because spread doesn't help my bandit procs. Spread hurts my bandit procs. Now I like the range, but considering we don't know if range stuff even works, like how it should be, I can hold off on that. Question is what I replace that with. Like Ring of Retribution seems like it'd be pretty good. Like, I take a hit and I get 10% damage and reload speed. I get hit fairly often. Fuck it. There's no range fragment here. Him emotionless to wide-eyed about them, and it's fucking golden too. It's great. Just context. I guess lack of context is one of my favorite forms of comedy. I don't want to play Hunter. Hunter Gunslinger goes crazy here. But I don't wanna. But I could, but I don't wanna. I could though. The important part is that I could. What am I even really getting out of Invader other than the haha funny of Wormhole? Like, Wormhole does not mesh well with the bandit spam. I would be doing a more deliberate approach. Otherwise. Old Reliable. Alchemist. I could bark skin here. Yeah, we get glutton. We'll just glutton. And now that I'm alchemist, I can get tankier. Can use some of those alchemicals. I don't want to reduce my spread, so we're not gonna use Tranquility Font. Does Dark Fluid work now? Dark Cider. Yeah, that should give appropriate HP now. Let's see. 155, 165. Yeah, that's more. That's more. Dark Cider actually worth running now. That's huge. Mr. David Bowling, how you doing? Why do you want a hug squad? Game just trying to give hugs, and here you are being rude. I value my personal space when it comes to the game, I guess. I don't really have a defense other than hugs no fun in game. Reduce encumbrance, but that would let me wear. How much is this way? 13. Yeah, I could wear that and then put on Leto Helmet. I lose the resist, but I don't really need the resist from Crown if I'm Alchemist. Sorry, Alchemist. I don't really need to go that all in on being tanky, though. I'll just do Root Water. Frenzy Dust for reload speed, movement speed, because I think that's funny. Living Will is more optimal, but fuck you. Big ass rain yesterday and all transportation fucked today. Got another day off. Hey, days off are nice to have. Sometimes. I didn't really plan on taking the day off yesterday, but it just kind of worked out that way. More in line with what you would expect from me. I'll give you a big ass rain. My stomach's bad today. Don't ask for that. Day off yesterday too. Good for you. Playing D2 during Force Wipe and Rust yesterday. How will I ever recover? Which D2? Diablo 2? Based. Division 2?
This is something else.
Not bad, not bad. Any other one-word D games that got a sequel? Darksiders 2? Although, people like to put DS there. Sadly, Bungie's D2. Hey, Darksiders 2. Dude. Yeah, that must have been a rough experience for you, Akame. I'm sorry. Do you need help finding the person who forced you to do that? Because it definitely wasn't willing. Daddy 2? Is that a game? Me, it isn't. If I accepted, I have some weird draw to masochistic games, i.e. Destiny, Rust, Rainbow Six. Fair enough. It is a whole genre. Like what you like. Do you always get Halo's Rust in files where you have this? I think you should. I don't think that's it.
Whoa. It's over.
You ever play Ark? Talk about an exercise in masochism. I've never played Ark, but I've spoken to people who play Ark, and it sounds like something I would not have fun with. Stuck with D4 way longer than any right to stick around till I get it. No, yeah, I gave that game like a week of extra time after I had decided I didn't like it, and I think that just made me dislike it more. There's a conversation to be had about, you know, a game not being for you doesn't necessarily always need to devolve into you hating it, and often that it's self-inflicted. Like, if I'd stopped playing D4 sooner, it probably would have just remained, I don't like anything they did, but, you know, have fun. Rather than me being actively upset by the existence of the game. fucking hate dinosaurs. Counterpoint, dinosaurs are probably delicious. Like, if dinosaurs were still around, they'd definitely be served as a delicacy. I'd try that. Anyone else ever think about, like, eating dinosaurs? I feel like that'd be really good. Shoot an alligator and find out. You want to go spelunking in the Florida sewers? That's crocodiles, right? Which one is in Florida sewers? Florida Man. Yeah, the ads in the Florida Man boss fight are a bunch of crocodiles. Crocodiles. And their main attack is accurately teaching history. So, occasionally Florida Man will turn and fight them himself. It's a really in-depth mechanic.
Holy hell.
Why can't we just go back to the time when games weren't political and we could all play things like Metal Gear and BioShock that are not political at all? Or it gets a bad rap, people just see the atrocities in New Jersey. You had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Oh.
Okay, this is it.
How you doing, McBain? Hope you're well. Not illegal in Florida, not teaching the truth. Yeah. I didn't manage my stand well. another nice thing about having move speed. There's a lot of attacks you can just strafe instead of dodging. Common Frenzy Dust W. Ooh, what if we went all in on move speed here? Like, we drop Gunslinger for, like, Explorer or Challenger. Yeah, I deserve that. Not gonna build Apoc run. I did an Apoc playthrough, with Spore Bloom like a couple weeks ago. I'm just kinda messing around with different variations of Spore Bloom stuff right now. Maybe I reset story. It's always fun. Ate one because I wasn't sure about my stand. Business chick. I was gonna say TV, but then I was gonna say something funnier than TV. Then I couldn't think of an alternative to TV. Business chick radio. There we go. How you doing? Business lady. Sorry, business lady radio. Business ladio? No, no. Real for AppSec and trans friends in Florida are being pressured by employers to tone down their presence in job settings, and the one who's a teacher is being silent fired. We're fighting what's uphill now. Things are bad. Yeah. Remember, that's what's being done instead of working on things like granting people living wages and all that minor stuff. Why solve any massive societal issues that we're facing when you could instead just genocide trans people? Society is fixed. It's fucking crazy, man. Business labia. See, I was thinking it too, but I didn't say it. Thank you for saying it. Own a musket for a home defense. Since that's what the founding fathers intended for. Ruffians break into my house. Well, the devil? Is this the Jim Jeffries stand-up, Etrigan? Because I love that bit. I love that one so much. Don't know. Basically, Australian comedian Jim Jeffries had this was a while ago, maybe like a decade ago now. Although it could have been, it might have also been 2016, because he had a lot of stuff that went viral during like the first Trump campaign. Because people got mad at him for having good takes on how stupid those people are. But basically he had this bit about gun control that was like this hypothetical situation of if people just still only had muskets, it would work because it gives people time to calm down and like maybe not shoot someone to death. And it was like that. business plan ever. What, labia? Just like, labia, refuse to elaborate. It's my business. Weirder things have worked. I like the little root dragon thing's designed. Yeah, it's cute. Needs no qualifiers. But, like, is it an LLC? Incorporated? Like, what's the nature of the business? Like, is it part of a conglomerate with Volva Ventures? I need details here.
Oh, Baxeltek. We must speak again.
Folding? The company is folding? And I wish the genocide and eradication was rolling demons in Dacia. Yes, purge the roly-polies. If I could say it anymore, Among Us that single-handedly ruined my life. The other day, my teacher was teaching us Greek mythology and mentioned a Pegasus, and I immediately thought Pegasus, more like mega sus. I've never wanted to KMS more. Can't look at an event without breaking down and fucking crying. Can't eat pasta without thinking, impasta? That's pretty sus. Lyrics ruined me. A mongoose or 25 degrees. The part that makes that funny to me is that there's legitimately an age bracket of people who think that way. And I feel so bad, because, like, they've got to be self-aware. Like, I say sus too much. And that's probably miserable. Like, the equivalent for people my age and slightly older is you can't hear, for example, the phrase, "what is love?" without immediately head bobbing. You can't do it. Can't be done. Certain age brackets of people are conditioned by certain media to just have fringe responses. I'm okay with mine, but I guess us? Which one of us is the sus? See, Rabbit gets it. ADHD plays a big role. That's true. That's very true. I do fixate on things a lot with my tiny, malformed ADHD brain. Whenever I hear an obscure Destiny 2 weapon name somehow pan out in a sentence. Where am I going? Wrong way. See what's over here anyway. I bottomed out my scrap, so I guess that was worth it. Good turn movies. SNL did a lot in the 90s. Yeah, SNL in the 90s and 2000s, like, the aughts, had a bunch of like weird things that became other things, like Night of the Roxbury, movie stuff. Then Lonely Island is probably the better known example. Where am I going? Attentionspan.exe not working. Oh, I forgot to mention. So I mentioned earlier in the stream that I cooked yesterday, but I didn't say what I made. I made a really big teriyaki steak. It was good. It was really good. I hadn't planned on eating the whole thing. Like, it was a big fucking steak. I was gonna save it. But then I just kind of got drunk and ate the whole thing in one sitting. And I regret nothing. But he ate it. He did. After I woke up from the food coma, I felt terrible, but it was so worth it in the moment. Get a little teriyaki marinade, some avocado oil. Always avocado oil your steaks. Makes such a big difference. Yeah, it's good. Good. Go for steamed asparagus and blackened pork chops. I love asparagus, and I didn't really know that I loved asparagus until I was like 25. So I missed out for such a long time. Salted steamed asparagus solos. I also like putting it in foil and putting it on the grill. That's a good time too. Enjoy that. Ever try a truffle oil on that shit? I have not. I've never used truffle oil. No experience with it. Grilled Brussels with oxtail? Ooh, yeah, good choice, good choice. Is excessive need to eat a symptom of Rona? I've been sick and worried. Had 3 cartons of brownies in the last week. The symptoms are different for everybody to some extent. Like, have you been able to taste the brownies? Lack of taste is a symptom, I guess. I still have not had it because I've been very, very careful and also somewhat lucky. So I couldn't tell you what's in the brownies. Yeah, it could be something else, depending on what those brownies are. I need my asparagus to get quite soft before I can handle it. Really? I like a little bit of crunch to it. But if you oil it well enough, then yeah, it'll get soft. Chocolate shit brownies then. Never change, rabbit. Ow. Fucking birds. What's happening? Insert Willem Dafoe looking up meme here.
I'm glad that's over.
Last time I had a special brownie was like 2019. Actually, no, it was 2020. It was 2020. This was right before COVID. I mean, COVID was circulating then, but right before COVID really got prevalent in the US, I should say. Because other countries were dealing with COVID in like summer of 2019, if anyone forgot. My Planetside 2 buddies knew my address as they hunted down and doxed me because I fell asleep on the toilet on call with them after eating so many special brownies that I woke up the paramedics. That's wholesome, though. Like, doxing is bad. But, like, they care enough about you to check up on you and send, you know, medical assistance. That's pretty nice. That's a feel-good story. It's also, Rabbit, you're a fucking idiot with anything that comes to food. Story, but yeah. That you a kilogram of horse shit for April Fools?
Here they come.
Funny story, kilogram of horse shit was my nickname in high school. Don't fact check that. Rabbit tell a food story and Quag don't shout. Challenge. Difficulty impossible. Be right back. Got a liquid escape. Okay, me back. This graduate you speak of. You guys had high school? I was class of 2012, Rabbit. That's nothing on stupid fucking loser. You got called that too? I thought it was a term of endearment. Jumped out the womb with a PhD. Okay. I'm already out of coffee. I'm sad. I've been live for 2 hours. How did I run out? Do not Google class 12 kilogram of horse shit. Now I wanna. Now I'm curious. I had never wanted to Google that phrase before, but guess wearing pink Converses wasn't manly enough. Pink Converses sound like they slap unreasonably hard. Also, like, who gives a shit about the opinions of people, like, regarding masculinity? People who are so fragile that they can only affirm theirs by bashing other people's? Like, fuck that. If you think you can pull off pink Converse, that doesn't make you any less of a man. That's what you identify as. Who gives a shit, man? Or bright pastels every chance I get. Even buy a women's hoodie if there's a size that fits me and the cotton colors right. Yeah, like I'm a slender guy, so sometimes like women's hoodies fit me better because I have broad shoulders but narrow hips, and I'm skinny. So like the way it falls is I get baggy down here and then it fits there and it's comfy. Imagine just being comfy in the year of our Lord 2023. No, that's beta male behavior. I'm gonna be the arbiter of your masculinity to feel better about the fact that I have no agency in my own life, and no one refers to me as a paragon of masculinity. So I can only make that happen by shitting downwards onto you, while fully knowing that it doesn't assuage the hollow feeling inside that I get every time I think about I don't know who the fuck I am. Alternatively, get back here, soccer! Hey Moo, how you doing? That would be what makes you pop up. Heelys and soap shoes are what made you cool when I was in school. I remember Heelys. I never had any. I don't have the balance to justify attempting to Heely. But those were so cool. high school you weren't cool unless you had an iPod and spy sunglasses with the polarized lenses. How about anyone remember when the Razer Sidekick was like the thing? Any kind of Razer, Motorola Razer, no? Just like Razer phones. I don't know, the Razer Spark scooter was ever a thing. Yeah, like, was that ever cool? Like, are Razer scooters good for anything other than shin damage? Commercial for that, they threw it and it got stuck because it was so sharp. Currently in the UK, Tamagotchi ads are being played again. They're advertising Tamagotchi again. What year is it? The era of flip phones. It was just so satisfying to, when you got a call, just flip open the phone way more aggressively than you needed to. Top 5 feelings of coolness. Way too early. Reject modernity. Return to Lego Ninjago spinners. Hey, the Lego Ninjago show was my go-to when I was hungover in college. I would just put that on and not move for hours. I remembered how to dodge. Absolutely wild. What will he think of next? Viper, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 37 months. Appreciate the shit out of you. That's too much madness. Mr. Quagcat and Friendos. It's going well. How are you?
Oh yeah.
Just notice the cat ears. Yeah, I had them in front of me, so I put them on to just underscore a point I was making about how, you know, people with fragile masculinity project that onto others, and you can feel plenty masculine and be plenty masculine while doing whatever the fuck you want, because that is not how that's defined. So I can wear my goddamn pink cat ears and not sacrifice a fraction of big dick energy. Now, of course, I don't have as much big dick energy as Soccer Chick. I'm more on the big ball energy, but I have fragile masculinity. See, less than you think. Because you saying that automatically makes you less fragile than any of the people I'm talking about. So, honestly, base. You know what is masculine? Being the ultimate white girl energy to get my pumpkin spice latte venti with extra shot of espresso vanilla syrup for my morning coffee before I start my work. I unironically like pumpkin spice lattes, and I hate it. I was conditioned into it, and then it never went away. But they're fucking delicious. People tell me I project small dick energy. The number one source of small dick energy is people who claim they don't have small dicks.
Here we go.
Because if you don't feel like you have the need to disprove anything, then, like, you don't give a shit about it. Like, they're projecting. Disclaimer, penis size means absolutely nothing. It's just a turn of phrase. But, like, if people are legitimately giving you a hard time over that kind of thing, then, like, they don't matter. We'll meet gang, just be proud of the PP game. Listen, all you need's a thimble.
Okay, this is it.
Something to be said for a nimble little thimble. I tried to keep a straight face, but, like, that combination of words in that order coming out of my mouth wasn't in the bingo cards. Hey, Jamlot, how you doing? If you love penis size, does it really mean anything? Says you with the biggest cock in human history. Little bartender, but also that is a second job. Oh yeah, regarding earlier, Rabbit, where you're like, yeah, I've made food that Quag likes, like one time, Rabbit. That was like one time. What I do like is you are a good bartender, and your presentation on that front is fucking immaculate. Would I eat any food you've cooked? No, never. Not on my life. But, like, you could probably successfully make a bleach-based cocktail and present it well enough that'd be like, it probably won't kill me right away, right? You guys, I can't feel it, I'll be honest. It happens. It'd be like that. One time is still more than zero. Technically the truth. Your drinks. Seriously, if you haven't seen them, like Rabbit posted a drink. You have like pictures of ones you've made. Post one that you're proud of, because there was one you posted one time that you weren't proud of that I was looking at and I was like, I would drink that though. That looks good. Like, I give Rabbit so much shit because he's the worst cook who's ever lived. Just does not make any good culinary decisions. But as a bartender, dude goes hard. This cook who somehow lives. That's the upsetting part. Like, if I made half those mistakes, I'd have died decades ago. Rabbit will just, I don't know, eat an entire package of raw chicken nuggets and then leap it off. Cook up some drinks, doesn't that count? Judges, does it count?
This looks important.
It's just soup. The authority and the usage of the word cook, checkmate. Oh, well. Yeah, Demon Lord tried to help you out, Rabbit, but it's just not happening. The council's decided. As long as you pair your raw chicken nuggets with a good whiskey, it's all good. I hate that there's some truth to that. Like, you would be less likely to notice the whole you're eating raw chicken thing if you had a real good whiskey. General chat. General chat. Okay, see, that looks good. Here, let me... For those of you who aren't in the Discord, hang on, my cat ears are blocking my monitor. Like, look at that. That looks really good. And there's this one, too. Dude's good at it. I don't know how you can make those, but you can't fucking microwave food without dying. Yo, fuck you. Made Cheryl food yesterday. Like, are you sure she's eating it? She's a lovely person. It's entirely possible that for all these years, she just hasn't eaten any of it and has just been politely hiding it where you can't see.
Do you think that you're here? Radiation of this pest.
The Devoured Loop RNG has been crazy on this fight so far. can't roll that, and that annoys me. We're supposed to do the other animation. Hey, Felicia. Oh, shit. Hi, Black Evan. Oh, I lived. Hey, being tanky pays off. Actually, that is entirely the Darksider buff. That's why I lived that, because I had a lot more effective HP. Yeah, so I guess that's something to talk about. The patch effectively gave a massive buff to Alchemist. Because now the combo of Mudtooth Tonic, Bark Extract, Darksider is even more potent because Darksider actually gives you a good amount of HP now. Like, that's just really good. Too hot to be arsed to make anything, plus no money to buy anything since all the money I'm going to go into holiday books for holiday. Yeah, you being a good partner. Saving up for something meaningful. Yeah. Relatable. Run the extra concoction ring sometimes for the extra buff of No Alchemist. Yeah, it totally earns its slot. To save up 3k. Yeah. Not the easiest thing. So being financially responsible is good. Good for you. Need to read these notes. Do I still have them on my clipboard? I don't. I have the Spider-Man thing. Hang on. There we go. There's the notes, Viper. Since I mentioned the Spider-Man thing, though. Yeah, we gotta play both of them. Okay, that's no number one. A or B? What do we think? A or B? A again, I missed it. Okay.
Hey,
Ass, fix your inventory. Please.
don't be a stranger, okay?
Going with B. B due to the other deathy noises. Makes sense.
What can I do? What you need?
Where have I heard this VA before? Like, vaguely familiar voice. Maybe I'm crazy. Does cast bugged or restocks just random? Both. Both. She will restock iron after killing a world boss. But her inventory is also supposed to rotate and update. And she has a large pool of potential items she can sell on top of ones that are based on milestones. The milestones ones work. Stuff like Diverting Heart. but the random pool ones, for some people, such as myself, it just breaks. So, like, for example, my cast inventory has not updated in a month. And there's a couple rings that I just can't ever get on this character if I don't hop onto other people's games because she hasn't shown them to me.
Oh. Quality.
You can downgrade mutators as well. That wasn't in the notes. They have downgrade for weapons in the notes, but not for mutators. Unless I missed it. That's actually big. So now you can... It is in the notes? Then, see, I'm not immune to it either. Gamers not reading? Could you imagine? It was? Yeah, gamers not reading. Could you imagine? Yeah, this is big, because now you don't get screwed by upgrading Shield Breaker to plus 10. Use my one corrupted Luminite. So what if we, instead of Gunslinger, which is providing us gun damage and reload speed and ammo supply, what if instead of anything sensible like that, we had a shovel? Get back the mats from downgrading weapons. Notes say 75%. You get a 75% refund, which is very good. That's good enough that it's meaningful, but low enough that you're still rewarded for knowing what you want. I didn't love Ring of Retribution. I think I want more just damage. Conditional damage. Go with, where is it? There it is. So, like, Gold Digger without Flashcaster is a little questionable. I think I'll put on that there. What do I have going on in my trade points right now? I could spec out a Glutton. Nightfall felt amazing last night, only now realize why. Yeah. Apparently it's now double projectiles. Nightfall and Aphelion, which, I don't know how you managed that, but okay. So enjoy a brief window of Nightfall being stronger than ever, I suppose. Oops. Whoopsie daisy. Just a little oopsie. A little fucky wucky. Yes, max cast speed shovel is funny. Yes. Wait, we can make this funnier. We can make it funnier. That's not truly max cast speed. We can be faster. I have a Discord said it'll be fixed next patch. Patches are not super duper frequent, so like Could even be like a week or more of Nightfall being stupid. Fast shovel. It doesn't need to be that bad, so I'm not gonna do that, but it's funny that that's an option. Also the option of me going in on reload speed, abandoning bandit. I could have like a damage mod on 4 of them that way. Bandit chains are satisfying. I don't know. What to do with this slot? Unless next patch is soon. It's entirely possible. It's just traditionally in the industry, patches are way more expensive than hotfixes. So if there's something that requires a patch and not a hotfix to change, then like that's money. And then you have to also go through the verification process on each of the platforms that your game's available on, which with Remnant 2, that's already been problematic. Patch verification on consoles has been slow. Maybe they've ironed that out now, but it has been a relevant thing. Amulet slot is weird to figure out. I'm never sure what I want to do with it. Like, I could go energy diverter and some sort of shield gen ring, and I feel like that would be good, but then I'd have to make sure to be reloading all the time, and that's not bandit stuff, you know? Maybe I do go Jester's Bell. Like, I was kind of joking, but if I actually just... that. Oh. Okay. Keep those notes. It's a big read. I missed stuff in there. I don't feel like doing the root. We always do low sum, but really there's a reason for that. Yeah, we can Nightweaver. Maybe I finally use Plasma Cutter at some point. Dig. Every time, Viper, every time I use the shovel, I hear that dig down from that Muse song. Every time. Without fail. Bet you're scared of Narude? I'm scared of Narude. I'm scared of getting lost. Need Plaza build? I'll do it at some point. If not today, then tomorrow. What day of the week's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Saturday. Yeah. If not today, then tomorrow. Always hear dig before the hyenas.
This one looks dangerous.
Where's my reload speed? Oh no. Not having Gunslinger means my reload speed is, bad. Imagine this guy coming up to you, some dude in a crown just, like, runs up into your face, digs a hole really quickly, throws some dust at the ground, rolls way faster than anyone in full plate armor should be able to, and then shotguns 7 times after loading once. And if you try to run away, just does that to you, and you're slowed forever, because they didn't fix all of the slow durations, they only fixed 2 of them. So, they have fixed a total of 3 of the slows in the game, and left, at least 3 others as infinite duration.
We will end them.
I need a different primary for this build. Spore Bloom is funny. Do some light shoveling before a fight. Just seems like good policy. Everything I need for Archon except the thing you need to kill 30 bosses for. Time to farm Tranquil Heart, I guess. Yeah. I think of the footwork trait. Use it at all. I think it's unnecessary. Is that the strafing while ADS speed one this man? It is, right? Yeah, so my opinion of that has gotten more positive over time. It can be valuable. Like, getting enough ADS speed means that you can start dodging certain attacks without stopping your DPS on gun builds. And that can be very valuable. But I do think it's still lower value than most other traits. Not all, but most. Am I using Ringwise right now? I want more reload speed. Chat, I'm hungry. I don't know what to do about that. I don't have leftovers. I ate everything. I might have some leftover pizza from like 2 weeks ago. Probably shouldn't eat. Top tier traits in your opinion? Vigor, just because HP is... It speaks for itself. It's very impactful. Triage, Regrowth, Fortify. Depending on what you're using, Flashcaster. Siphoner, Glutton. Kinship, depending on what mod you're using. Like, all of those are extremely valuable. And that's already way more than what the trait cap allows for. Wow, okay. Toxic. Don't be rabid. That's good advice. Add to the trait cap, hopefully they do, and DLC comes out, so I'm sure there'll be new traits. New traits would be cool. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a crowd of people where whenever you bring up and you think the trait cap is too low, some people think that you mean, well, do you want it uncapped, like, from the ashes? Like, no. No, I didn't like that either. I don't want to feel like some traits can never be justified. And currently, there's enough tippity top tier ones that you decide to start missing out on those. Like, and even in those top tier ones, there's variation between which ones are always takes, which ones are I just like this. Like, for example, I love Glutton, but Glutton almost never makes the cut. I always want swiftness, but I can rarely justify it because I'm usually taking defensive things so that I can facilitate more interesting build interactions in my other slots. That's way too early. Look, Elliot this. At least I'm using Spore Bloom. One of the times where that actually isn't a big deal. Ate that one. Ate that one too. We eat those. We get knocked, but it's all part of the plan, right? That's the bandit gameplay I want. Yeah, man. That was a 14 chain. See, that's why we do this. This is where the magic happens. This is why we're not running spread reduction on this thing. Like, I could be doing more consistent damage and just firing fewer times. But having that spread and having multiple targets in your reticle at once means you can you do fun, silly stuff like that. Because the bandit is per damage number. digging. Leave me alone. Ow. That was really bad, actually. Down, do damage. What's that?
Glad that's over. Yeah, that's right. Oh, you scrapped with the wrong guy, baby. Woo!
Button doesn't make the cut, will surely eat it if you won't. I mean, when you sink 29 trait points into health and stamina, which I view is completely necessary, only that's 45, it just really isn't that many. Yeah, I don't even take the stamina, but same core point. In my opinion, the trait points are so strapped that you can't justify the stamina. And I'd rather solve that in other places. But that speaks to the problem. Might need to actually grab food. At a checkpoint first. I'll scarf something down real quick. You just go back to unlimited? No, I don't think that. Because I think even with, like, traits are structured differently in this game. For example, there's no crit chance trait and things like that. No direct damaging stat traits. But the idea of the uncapped system just made it so it was there as a grind, and then there was no, like, choice making. Not really. It was just, hey, put in more hours. I like it being a meaningful choice you have to make, and there not being a, you could just play an additional 100 hours to have everything at once. Like, part of build crafting is choice making, and I prefer it that way. Accurate Spore Bloom stuff, Slayer, Void Idol, Rings, or Zanius Malice, Truseer Sniper, Bright Steel, and Slot, I don't know what to do with. Also looking for second class into a Hunter. Challenger takes too many shots to Rampage, I think. And Andy is welcome. Alchemist. Are you already an Alchemist? If not, Alchemist. Ring Slot you don't know what to do with. I mean, there's always Black Cat. I'd say Black Cat or getting more damage. Personally. But yeah, BRB. I need to grab some food. Feeling faint. Okay, me back. Alright, took a second to heat up the food. Where am I going? I never know where I'm going. We'll go this way.
This one looks dangerous.
This one looks dangerous!
Help me with this outsider! Hard to say my aim.
Trying to, like, shoot enemies as indirectly as possible for Bandit. But sometimes it just leads to me outright missing. By sometimes I mean most of the time.
Outsiders here! No outsiders here!
Oh, glad that's over.
Outsiders approaching!
See, like that.
We don't want you here!
I don't want another sewer map. Stop it.
We don't want you here! I give my life to stop you, outsider!
Aw, it stopped spinning.
Holy hell.
Feed. That Beyblade. Let her rip. Eat some food real quick. Well, I have a thonk here. So I kind of want to get more movement speed. Just because the idea is fun. I don't know if I can justify any more here. At this point, more movement speed is, ring and amulet. I could also have chilled steam rather than, root water. That'd be more. I'm actually willing to try that. Hot. One. The Darksider buff is awesome. Fan of that. Should be even speedier now. Kind of talk myself into this. also change explorer skills.
Oh, looks like we have a troublemaker.
Another 20.
Tore leg off.
Now that I'm using these skills, do I need Devour Loop anymore? I can change that out too. Any other rings that give move speed? Stop it. What all gives movement speed in the ring slot? I know there's Heart of the Wolf. I already have that on. Let me look at the spreadsheet. Deceiver's banned, but that's one of the cast items that I'm never getting. Momentum driver. Also propulsion loop. Do I have that? I don't think I have propulsion loop. I actually want to go for that. Anguish. Propulsion loop, I don't think I have. Our spreadsheet, it's just a list of items in the game. There's a public one, there's an early one that I just made a copy of, and I'm sure it's been updated since then, but I just have an offline copy that I reference. Because it's faster than sorting my inventory. Yep, I do not have propulsion loop. Unless I have it favorited. Alright, we'll have to go get that. Which will mean a Naruto adventure. And be actually checking the side dungeons. The wild. In the meantime,
Run! Kill the trespassers! Look out! That patient is armed!
patient is armed. The patient is also legged. Patient's also getting 28 FPS in this area for some reason. I forgot how to aim. Patient's going through a lot of things. A lot on his plate.
Here they come.
Didn't mean to be on that fire mode. Whoopsie. At least I only almost one-shot myself.
No, dreamed it.
that room is why I have so many bandages.
Not safe.
I should open the door first. That's fine. Surely I won't die, right? Spiteful bursting. I might die. Well, that 3-blade chainsaw for myself. Hey, maybe we get it in DLC or something, Copium. You gonna shoot at me? That's so shit that you could actually attack me from there. Fuck you. Don't hit me. So during that fight, I decided that I kind of want footwork here for the memes. I can't actually get in here, right? If I give up on ammo reserves... Look at me, I'm doing triage, regrowth, vigor, fortify, always. Now I can play around with points. Siphoner, footwork. Yeah, I guess that's the play. The idea of speccing strong back is interesting to me, because, like, getting that without being challenger is kind of cool. Press shift, right click. You just changed my life. Thank you, new best friend. Possibly the greatest first chat message of all time. Yeah, you're the GOAT. The GOAT. So, any particular requests for the spelling of your name when I name my firstborn after you? Okie dokie, just spelled that way? Cool, I can do that. Hey, Mr. Badness. Thank you for gifting the sub to Hiko. Let me know if I butchered your name, by the way. Ow. Hitting me. Okay, I don't have iframes for that. Come on, heavy roll. pack of sushi, shrimp scampi, linguine alfredo, and a salad. That is a collection of food that I would love to consume. Shift right removes them. Amazing. The direction's wrong sometimes, but it's shift or control. Yeah, no, there being a modifier for that at all, something I would not have thought of. So you keying me in is very helpful. I appreciate that.
I don't like the looks of this.
Realistically, I should probably be Explorer Prime here for Corrupted Luminite. At least until I'm done with that resource grind, but
So you have been just once. I can send you
concoctions. Yeah, I think Alchemist is my favorite class. Just the utility and the flexibility you get from the entire kit is incredible. You can increase your effective HP so much. Got melee speed and fire rate, movement speed. Good resists, which I forgot to capitalize on with my consumables. Let me change that. Consumables utility is too good. It's very, very solid. It's also one of the easiest ones to get for like a fresh account. And that's nice. If I know me, I don't know why. She's had good mechanics with fighter by doing some weird chain things. I thought, like, first time I walked into Nomiue's area, I was like, oh, this is a boss arena. It wasn't. I guess I'm disappointed by that. Oh. Shooting.
This ain't good.
You'll die for that.
Not finding much opportunity to take advantage of footwork here. But the rest of the movement speed stuff just feels really good.
The trespasser!
That was a satisfying bandit chain. Mm.
Got you in my sights. That's it. For now.
Oh, fucking pig. Your disposable chopsticks break evenly. Mm.
For now.
That is satisfaction. Just realized I forgot to change something. Yeah, I still have cast speed here. I could have skill duration. Or uptime. One move speed. Better say I want bacon after hearing the piggy. No, not at all. Not at all. Like, the wildlife in Remnant does a good job of marketing the associated meats. Both by being easily hated and also by sounding delicious. Plus one is a roller coaster of personal hate. I really like a lot of areas of it, but then I get to Bloat King and I'm just like, oh, this is shit. It's a little crazy that the Duran rifles do more damage than most bosses, but I've adapted to that. The NPCs sound like my aunt.
Castle?
Yeah, that probably complicates it. It gets you that personal stake in it. Yeah, yeah. Lucky I don't have to deal with that angle. Kind of fucks things over, I bet. I bet. Ooh, here's an idea. Whenever you do low sum, change your game language. Problem solved. If you change it to Japanese, then you could pretend you're playing through a Bloodborne anime adaptation. Wife's Japanese, so familiarity with the language ruins the shitpost. Oh, I didn't think you were. Yeah, it does make it less funny. At least I'd imagine. Ooh. Could do, if there's a Latin dub, like Latin, like Latin American, like the region. Um, because those voice actors and every clip I've heard from those regional dubs, they go incredibly hard on like the most minor shit. Some incredibly talented people for like the most minor of interactions. Really entertaining. Hey Dudley, how you doing? Good to see you. Any thoughts on the patch? Satisfying room. Oh, I forgot you spawned clones. Back. Welcome back. A nerf ring of moments. You try backstep, misty step melee. I have not. I haven't done any ring of moments stuff yet today. Try to play Japanese. Keep up. Kill the mob without headphones. Wife asked me if I was watching. I mean, were you? I don't know how many monitors you have.
I wonder what that is.
Nightfall broken right now. Yeah, I heard Nightfall and Aphelion are double projectiles right now. Which, oh, like how do you break that and then not know about it?
Here they come.
Oh, Displacer, right. You just get that bandit chain though. Holy. Ow. Oh.
Hell yeah!
And it was very kind there. You backstep Misty in melee, bugs the melee, and you do an engineer turret melee with your main hand. That's my favorite thing ever. Oh, and then you can just keep chaining melees and you'll keep doing. Scales off the base damage, shoot of the gun? Yo. Yo. So this would be... No. Tell me I'm wrong. Try crescent. Oh, I'm not wrong. Amazing. Best kind of glitch. Funniest ones are the best kind. No. Okay, it has like no range. Gotta try that in a safer environment, I think. Slow you. I can do whatever I want. Amusing. Trying to find something OP, but they all suck. It on paper, does it go off of one projectile? Like base damage would be Widowmaker then, right? If it just goes off of card base. I mean, that could be Deceit though, but Deceit could be divided between projectiles. The thing. It would be like Coach Gun. Widowmaker is 375 for one. That could be Widowmaker then. Works with mods channel up. So, like rounds? Crescent Moon elemental bullet mods. So Crescent Moon makes it 2 instances of damage.
Okay, this is it.
Shouldn't be trying to test these guys. I'll be more sensible. How you doing, Kingman? No Vastus before, just want to know the best way to level up. I couldn't tell you the best way to level up. I wouldn't know. I would say just playing the game conventionally, because there's more than enough in the resource grind department where you can be working towards those goals while progressing your XP goals. The free light roll. Yeah, bright steel enjoyers, eating well. Hi. Or 69 on that one. Okay, yeah, so it's per projectile base damage. Like, that's why Spore Bloom was doing fuck all. Spore Bloom has high card damage, but it's divided among the projectiles. And sarcastically just play the game, yeah. XP concoction, trait, and ring, then slap on whatever secondary class you need to level along with your main do adventures. Exactly. Pair Bright Steel with it, does a fat roll, and then the fast rolls. Also takes endurance first, then HP, so fucking bugged. So what you're saying is they shouldn't have touched Ring of Omens at all. Like, not even a little bit, because they broke it in, like, every possible way it could be broken. Funny how that works out. They nerfed it, then bugged. The thing is, I don't think Ring of Omens even needed to be brought downwards, because while it had high potential at ceiling of investment, that's with investment, and that was still less desirable than just existing and having a bright steel ring. It was a weird thing. Like, putting that in the QOL patch? I don't know, man. Kind of a weird champ choice. But that's just my opinion. A game opinion. Oh, babe. Patch Day, just as excited to hear it broke as I am to hear. Patch Day is magical like that. Their big benefit from leveling my weapons from 17.8 to 2010s. I don't know, the game scaling changes. So, the short answer is no. The early levels are the most impactful, and then by the time you get to, like, the mid-levels, you could end up in a situation where leveling your guns makes the game harder rather than easier. So, short answer, no. A longer answer is all of that, plus it is more damage once your power level maxes out at 21 anyway, so like you're gonna do it. It's something you are eventually going to do, but it's by no means something you need to rush into. So, beating Apoc already, buddy thinks I'm slacking on DPS. Does your buddy do nothing but play Hunter Gunslinger? Or Archon with Firestorm? Because those are players that don't get to have an opinion on DPS. Like, not to disrespect those people and their choices, but like, they don't get to have an opinion on DPS. Uses the healer summon Resonating Heart. World's usual roll at 21. So wait, your buddy doing that setup is doing a negative damage and complaining about your damage? Sounds like your buddy's projecting. Because with that setup, you actually don't have damage. Oh, well, I deserve that. What do you learn about this week's patch? Ring of Omens is bugged to shit in like every possible way. Aphelion and Nightfall are hilariously broken right now. Alchemist got buffed by Darksider being buffed. Fair needs someone else to do damage, that's true. Nice 10. No, Spawn, thank you for the 30 months. That's a lot of months. Thank you so much. Ow. I am a fully functional adult. I can talk and game at the same time. What do you mean? Oh, I deserve that. Healer summon. Healer summoner. Money. Just healer summoner. Can't unhear Darksider. Darksider. Interesting. So if you apply Spore Bloom slow after Misfortune slow, it replaces and then expires because the Spore Bloom one has a duration. But only if you do it under a certain time frame, because it didn't happen that time. Happened that time. Move speed. Not optimal, but it's funny. It just means I don't use the mod on Spore Bloom on the boss. Those. Hey Darth, how's the patch treating me? There's some interesting things. There's some really good things, there's some less good things. As patches go. But overall I can clock my mood at amuse. Entertain. That should have hit me. Just a fun way of dealing with that boss. Low damage on these 4 bloom shots, but the neuron activation of firing so many of them is like, I gotta test Provisioner Ring, see how that's working post-patch. See what they changed about it. Yeah, probably not using Aphelion and Nightfall for a bit. Stream horrendous lag fest for anyone else right now? It's fine on my end. Anyone else? Nope, not me.
Listen, Neil.
Don't let them escape!
Yesterday was bad enough that I just didn't even bother streaming. But today it's not on my end, so.
Everything's shifted around us.
So satisfying. Long range swiveling. Now, we don't have to talk about the fact that with this setup, it'd be more optimal for me to do forward scattergun with corrosive rounds or hot shot. We don't have to talk about that. Right? We're not going to talk about that, are we? Oh no, my mouse and my keyboard are broken. They're just kind of doing things on their own. So crazy how that's just happening. Do you even know why that's just doing that? It's very weird. I was wanting to make a shield spore bloom build with the ring that gives you shield for emptying the mag. Yeah, it's a good defensive layer. What, sir? With investment, shield is quite good. If you have a good max HP total and you have, you know, support for the actual shield mechanic, it's pretty good defensively. Reliable. Currently downloading the patch. Yeah, that would explain it. Letter from an ISP that I don't use that they're putting fiber in our areas. I don't have direct experience with fiber. Is it worth the switch? I do not experience. kind of forgot Provisioner's Ring and Security Lanyard and Stone of Malevolence, so I don't really have ammo or mod gen right now. Lupa, there's a new patch? Yeah. There's some cool stuff. There's some really weird stuff. But I'd still say there's mostly cool stuff. Source fiber can tell the difference. Caveman, so cavemen unite. Oh. Looks like recurring evil. So wait, everyone here sounds like your aunt. Nightweaver looks like her. Question: have you seen the Suicide Squad? The more recent one, the one with Idris Elba? I don't think so? Okay. I was gonna make a reference to a character in that, but it won't land now. Try to save Harley. No, the one where they're trying to save Harley is the one I'm talking about. There's two of those. There's the one with the which is the more recent one, and then there's the one that's just Suicide Squad. In fairness, the 2016 one has the best line of all of film, which is, and I quote, "What are we, some kind of Suicide Squad?" Someone got paid to write that. climax of the film is crustacean film. Is crustacean themed. Yeah, that's true. But I was gonna reference there's a character who he just sees his mother everywhere. Like he sees everyone as her. You get like a scene, his POV, everyone's just his mom in look and sound. I was gonna say that's you. Yeah, the old looks so cool. Oh, you're doing the other attack. Village you. Hey, rock this monster. Also this line. This is Slipknot that made you climb anything. Yeah. This is Katana. That whole thing got turned into a meme. There's so many bangers from that shit movie. You think of the patch? I think there's some cool stuff. I think there's also some stuff that got broken that shouldn't have been messed with in the first place. Like Ring of Omens is Omega Curse now. They accidentally buffed Nightfall and Bellion. And they did something weird to Fey Hunter Ring, I think. Aw. Fine, I'll redo that with correct gear. They did something weird to Fey Hunter Ring, I think. I gotta test that more, but range increases are not, at least, they're not napkin mathing. They might hold up under more testing, but they are absolutely not napkin mathing. That's better. They buff Nightfall? Double projectiles, yeah. Fixed funeral and mail all the mods active. That's what they tried to do, but what actually happened was Nightfall and Aphelion now have double projectiles. Game development is hard, so sometimes shit just kind of breaks. I get it. It's funny. Like, in an effort to restrict Nightfall to where you could do fewer things in Nightfall setup, they just doubled its damage. And I think Nightfall should be restrictive in what it allows as a trade-off for the insane power that gun has. But it's just funny that it worked out this way. No. Gearbox Side Projectile Factory. Well, Gearbox is just the publisher here. Point taken, though. With the finger gun? Yeah. Going for it? Is he going for it? Oh, I thought you were going for a pyramid. Picture of Nightweaver to my cousin. Wait, is that a ref? Oh, damn. Only I could miss that. You've heard of top 0.1 percenters. About a bottom 0.1% aimer. It's me. Ask me anything. Flurry blows up to 108. Very nice. What class combo, Chris? Correlation between Nightweaver and my aunt. You're gonna have to give more context for this one. The joke's going over my head. I feel like I need more of the lore to understand. Getting shot at. Oh gosh. It's a stretch, but I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Hey, you picked the convenient one. Ow. Just made it up. It wasn't your best work, but it's a solid foundation for a shitpost. I'm sure you can expand upon the lore in fun and interesting ways going forward.
Well,
the reason my life used to suck, so I'm really fuck with their image. That's super fucking relatable. Turn the source of your trauma into comedy to take away its power. It's age old. To relate to that. Don't worry about your aim, it's not going to be So, other stuff that's on my to test. Need to see what happened with this. Huh? I actually don't have enough fire rate to empty this properly. Hang on. I could take off the security lanyard, but it's funnier this way. Revision of the ring doesn't work.
Good for big game, but
They turned it off. So they had a patch showed about how it wasn't restoring ammo properly or something. So it was restoring an amount higher than 0, and now it's been fixed to restore 0 ammo. Cool.
gotta polish his stuff more.
Like, surely there's something I'm missing. Maybe they made the logic to it different. Maybe instead of over time, maybe that part's a lie now. Maybe it's not over time. Maybe it's just all at once.
Need something with a longer barrel.
We're gonna empty this too, and then we're just gonna like swing melee and wait. Okay, surely we'll just somehow get our ammo back now, right?
I wonder if I can make a decent trap out of that one.
Is it only certain guns? Cause like security lanyard's not working here either. Security lanyard? Wait. Huh? What? Wait. Hang on. Restoring main arm out. Security lanyard. But I had 0, and it let me shoot. I didn't actually have 0. Wait, no, it works. Okay, it works. It just doesn't say that it's working. You are getting the bullets. Your ammo counter doesn't change. Okay, so see, 0, 0. It says 0. I'm not crazy. Like right here, that's 0. Actually, it was 36.
Whopper, Whopper, double Whopper.
Common mistake.
Need something with a longer barrel.
Why would you change that? Yeah, Kevin, that is a good point. Jeremy, thank you so much for the Prime for the 23 months, almost 2 years. Whopper, Whopper, double Whopper. That sounds delicious right now, gonna be honest.
Rabbit's gotta polish his stuff more. Can you shoot straight?
Wanna come cat up here? Is that too much of a jump for you, Mr. Chonkers? Evan _ Chonkers.
Those guns that Rabbit sells are better for killing than hunting.
Look at this cat. Does it look like when a legendary is dropped? What do you mean a legendary? This is not like Borderlands.
Wonder if I can make a decent trap out of that.
The loot drops? This isn't a looter. Security liner's not working there either. Interesting. I guess I would have to gunslinger to get good value out of that. Yeah, that's fine. Play with Mr. Torg and Remnant too. You can DIY Mr. Torg and just scream all the time. But usually scream about being respectful to other human beings, which is based. Torg is Mudtooth. Go on. I'm letting you cook here. Don't disappoint me. Both start with M and you're spitting. Hasn't let me down yet.
Maybe just need to go see Riggs. He can probably help.
I like this coach gun idea. I could maybe move around some trait points. Yeah, I was gonna do a bunch of Ring of Omen stuff, but like it being currently bugged to hell, I'm just not gonna touch it. That's Mudtooth is Torg after without gym membership. He's Torg after a couple decades of rough living. Seeker's Rest. That'll take 5 ever. Been live for 4 hours, 10 minutes already. Might actually call it here, because I don't feel like doing the time investment of another adventure. We just mess around more with stuff tomorrow. So, the TLDR here, or TLDW, I suppose. Ring of Omens, insanely bugged now. Nightfall and Aphelion are beneficially bugged and extremely powerful because of it. Provisioner's Ring now has a visual bug where it doesn't show you ammo that it's restored. Darksider is now very, very good. I haven't tested to see if they actually fixed Xenoplasm, but if this is fixed, then this will also be very good because of how skill cooldown formula works. Yeah, more of this tomorrow.
Riggs can help me out.
stomach hurts, and I'm about done. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. More Remnant 2. I'll probably reintegrate Borderlands 3 into the schedule a little bit next week, like 1 or 2 streams, maybe. We'll see. I might change my mind last second, because for every moment I feel like playing Borderlands, I have 2 moments where I'm like, hey, loot systems are great, aren't they? Who's live we can say hi to? Tizzle's doing Darkest Dungeon stuff. We'll say hi to Tizzle. Variety Saturday. Listen. Listen. I have nothing useful to say here. But yeah, you guys have a good one. If you got my emails, feel free to jiggle for Tizzle. Solid dude. You'll enjoy him. I need to go take care of my stomach. Bye.